Okay. Says the stream is live on my phone. So, starting pleasantries to all the time travelers and people in chat. I am Tidbit. I play games, I make art, I do voices, and right now we are currently playing through Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, the trilogy, and we are on game number 3, Spirit of Justice. The things that just happened were we're dealing with an evil magician bunny girl. Rules for the stream are in the description. And so, let's get on with this. And I believe Apollo was heading this case. So, April 28th, 9:15 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is really getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all this. So toiler. Get it together, Apollo! Hey, Athena, when did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. It's very loud. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuta Sadmahi guy. They're apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Silly Athena. Your relevance is over. Oh, yeah? What did you find out? Well, they say they wield an incredible power. To accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. I don't think that's how karma works. Karma's different in every place, so it could how be their karma works? What is that supposed to mean? Yeah. I don't have all the details, but apparently they can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead to their opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction they have in mind. Dang. This is gonna be a cakewalk if that's true. Emma did say she talked to them for us, so here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like they're gonna keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. I forgot the suit's on him. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine! There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I am fine! If you say so, Apollo. The eldest child being allowed to watch the homestead and be in charge of the little sibling. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes! We're fine! Dad's on vacation, so I'm in charge. Wow. I didn't even know fires could get that big that quickly.
Come on. Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rests on this trial. This is it, Justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. April 28th, 9:30 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 6. Jeez.
My gosh, I just can't escape you Rapscallions, can I? Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
And, prosecution?
Mr. Hat acted as an accelerant.
Prosecutor Sodmahi?
1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim.
Praying. Yes, I see.
Worst prosecutor in the series. Let's go!
You're a Kurinist monk, correct, prosecutor?
Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Kurine. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make many blunders. Ha! They seem like such a gentle-mannered soul, don't they?
I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with them about Trucy.
Now then, Prosecutor Sadmahi, your opening statement, if you would.
It's okay, prosecutor. It's a kangaroo court in here.
Yes, I am the Mega Bouncer. Bounce.
Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin.
Nayuta Sadmahi. He's really been making a name for himself, apparently. But that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor. I wonder how that will come into play.
The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Man of Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mysterious. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick.
So his death was just an unfortunate accident? That can happen in this world? Wow.
It's only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus: that this was a murder made to look like an accident.
I see. And you believe this crime was committed by the defendant?
After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I unfortunately had no other choice but to conclude as much. This song sounds like it's from a spoopy game, like Blind Prince Layer Princess. I'm gonna have to look that up after stream. Could you send me that title?
So, that's how it's gonna be, huh?
I guess Emma couldn't convince them after all.
Very well. And now let us hear from the defense.
Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor.
If the defense wouldn't mind, may I read from chat once?
Sure, it's a kangaroo court. You can do anything in here.
Thank you. Now Yuta has to just make accusations without the visions for once. The first time, probably. Maybe, but... Pulling back for a second here, I watched the Ace Attorney TV thing they put out. I think it was today or yesterday. And they say they're a world famous prosecutor, so maybe they've been in other courts, but it's also like Miles was like top of his class, and it's like he's never lost, and the first time he lost was against Phoenix, and it's like you'd think if you're top of your class, that means you're doing a lot of stuff, so there's more times for failure. But I don't know if that's necessarily true in this world. They just go,
You're the best.
I literally was the first one to get to the top.
Yes, so that means you're the best.
could you please explain your reasoning?
My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant.
I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind.
Why can everyone say orange words but me?
I think you're like orange word intolerance.
Yeah, I'm intolerant of that kind of attitude.
I think the judge is just a masochist and he calls anyone who hits him in public the greatest he's met.
But putrid mind? The prosecutor Sadmahi!
Excuse me, but I...
Hi, Matt Mercer. Glad to hear you in this game.
If you don't mind me asking, prosecutor, what was it you were just chanting?
A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul towards enlightenment. It is a Korinist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused.
I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real.
Judge!
What?
That is like several years too late.
Gosh dang it. I can't ever be on the times, can I?
Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victims' souls to the Twilight Realm.
Now, Yuta, you might not want to emphasize taint here.
Yes, there's quite conversations in this courtroom about what the word taint means.
Also, I don't know if it's coming across immediately yet, but I am putting a slight hint of Nayuta not having a full word for defense, because it's like, in Quran, there hasn't been a defense for 23 years, so the idea of referring to someone else, especially someone called the defense, I imagine that would be a foreign concept. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell, along with Trucy's right. Check Uter's age. You just have a way of calling people words. What? They're only 25! So at the last time there was an offense, they were 2! Yeah, what is it? Hey, we finally have an age on this guy. He's only 30. Working with someone nearly half his age. Emma's 26. Huh. She seems so much older. This guy's only 35. He looks more haggard than that. Only 19 and still evil, bunny. Great. Why am I the oldest one here on the board other than the person I'm tied with? Come on. Feels like was 2 the last time you put up a good defense here. Now just wait 1 minute here. Putrid pit of hell! Is that a way to address someone in a court of law?
Prosecutor said Mahi. That may be the way you conduct trials in Khura'in, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here.
Your Honor, that was but a Khura'inist ceremony for those who have strayed from the path.
Oh my gosh, am I going to believe this shit?
Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason.
Oh, I guess I am going to believe it. I see. I didn't realize.
I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Khura'in, huh? Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. Yeah, and what about emotional abuse? You're the therapist here. Does this get me comp? What are you talking about? See, my brain is scrambled. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's above my pay grade. Yeah, the trial's only just begun.
Well, defense, I suppose the way prosecutor does things varies country by country. Why don't we look at this case as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it? What? Bailiff! Please bring in the first witness.
But Emma. Oh, I thought she said goodbye to the snackadoos.
Detective Sky! The courtroom is no place for gorging yourself.
What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? She's a little stressed out. Detective Sky, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent.
I'm sorry?
Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. But let it go and move on. If Emma's the first witness, I ought to go eat garlic bread. I played the Second Amendment, Your Honor. Apollo's going to hell in my religion. Oh, going to hell is my religion. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. Hi! Munch, 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 munch. Munch, munch, munch. Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Emma got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Said Mahi don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky. You 100% know you win this trial. And Nayuta won't change this BS at all. It still calls you misguided sinner. Like 4 more cases. Oh, great. All right. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Troop Gramier poster from 13 years ago. Huh? Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room? Why didn't you just call her Trucy? Because this is going on the record officially. Also, I need to blow my nose. Okay. Also, while we're still in this little pause section, I just want to call out the fact that I was thinking about when Lemure showed up, and it was like her stage performance, and she goes down and does a magic trick. And so the reveal of her being a magician is just like, oh, that's kind of interesting foreshadowing, that she knows her way around doing magical tricks, like disappearing and stuff. But then it also made me remember this Gramier showed up and helped her with that. Did he not notice it's her? Do they ever mention that? Maybe that's why they didn't want to say anything, because then it just opens up so many more Swiss cheese holes. Because it's like, what? Did they were doing it for a favor, or was it just because it's like, oh, he was the magician in the area, and it just so happens to be the 2 people that know each other? She has a veil. I know, but they spent years working on magic tricks together. You really think even with an accent, he wouldn't be like, oh, hey, wait a minute, I know your voice. You sound like someone I used to work with for magic and stuff. For this very kind of trick. Yeah, very peculiar, but nah. Doesn't even have the visions, and it's even more pretentious and can't be wrong. Yep. This is a revised version of that poster. This one says canceled under Mr. Rios. That's right. Mr. Rios left the troupe after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Rios's right forearm, near his elbow. See the big scar there? Apparently he got it when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch.
That's quite a scar.
Because of the accident, Magnifi Gramir concluded Mr. Rios was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifi announced Mr. Rios wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnifi's decision, Mr. Rios tried to get on stage anyway. This, in turn, caused Magnifi to oust Mr. Rios from the troupe on the spot.
He kicked Mr. Rios out. That seems rather extreme. Did you really have to go that far?
When it came to magic, Troupe Grammaire was so passionate, or should I say, extreme, about it that it caused problems for them from time to time, like Mr. Rios being outed as an abusive husband. You don't know the wife. She goes to a different game entirely.
Okay, I was going to ask that. Yes. They even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics.
And now, the troupe's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troupe's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality.
That's not what Trucy inherited.
You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor.
Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor. Ahem! As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Rios apparently went on to hold a grudge against the entire troupe. He would tell those close to him, "I will get my revenge on Troupe Grammaire someday."
Revenge, That sounds antagonistic.
Oh, they updated the poster. And then, his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? The defendant's motive. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troupe Grammaire during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Rios was gonna first steal the Grammaire notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge. And while he did, in fact, steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Rios and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture!
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFame, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Rios said, "I'm going to reveal all of Troupe Grammaire's secrets on stage today."
What?
Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me. Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense.
Oh, and what's that?
Let it go and move on.
Excuse me?
Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul.
So, sinners have no hope. There isn't a way to redeem someone. You think anyone is just truly lost the second they are tainted? There is no way to clean yourself except by death? That is an evil view.
One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell.
Is this the unrated game? Because I think I know why.
And then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life.
Oh, so it's one of these cults. I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up.
Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life.
So, if every action has consequences, that means every good action has good consequences, right? And there is a way to outweigh the bad consequences with the good consequences. Your logic doesn't stand fit to be so rude to everyone. And a stink bug?
Now then, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please.
Last game was M. Not 100% sure on this. Oh! Why'd they change up the health bar? Wait, is it a different health bar per person? That'd be interesting, like little widgets in the corner. Little attorney badges for Apollo, and then it could be... Yeah, it was Magitama's for Right. So, this is a very interesting idea. Everyone's got their own little health, and then what if all their health bars showed up at once? Or it's like, oh, you thought it was over, because your life is over. Your health bar hit 0. But then a different the attorney showed up. How did I forget that word? I wasn't here to say last time, but Emma ties Gumshoe in the mainline games. What do you mean ties? They're both in 3. Oh. Oh, like how many games they've been in. Huh. Yeah.
Hold it! Revenge after all this time? It's been 13 years already. Why now?
I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't you have done it a long time Detective Sky, self-indulgent outbursts such as those will earn you divine punishment in the form of a salary evaluation.
Oh! Wait, that's what divine punishment means?
Let the detective have her snack. This humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, Troupe Grammaire was at the height of their popularity. But then their reputation declined, and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Trucy Wright sought to recapture their former glory.
The defendant? At such a young age, too? How impressive! Don't you feel bad about yourself if you're there older than someone who's successful than you and younger?
Let her snap! According to the wiki, she's also in both investigations. Yes, I remember that part. Yes, the accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen onto the path of sin, she would have had a bright future ahead of her. Is that 'cause she's gay? Oh, you have no idea, buddy. It totally is. So any kind of queer people is bad? No, self-identity is perfectly fine in Khura'in. It's being gay.
Interesting. It's always sad to see such promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky. How did Mr. Rios plan to get his revenge?
Such an asshole. Doll, do you feel offended by this rep? Do you feel like maybe you've dodged a bullet that they're not canon non-binary?
And please, put down the stack of tools before you continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Hold it! What evidence do you have that Mr. Rios actually stole the notebook? Well, you see, whenever you're ready, Detective. I think of Pinky and Pepper Forever, where Pepper goes to heck for the gay. I've said as much, yes. Fret not, Detective Sky. You have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the forensic discovery that you made. Hey, Prosecutor Nay Yuta. What if you learned that, Emma Sky was, accused of murder? What would you think of that? Forensic discovery? And what did she discover specifically? And why do I have a feeling no one's gonna point out the fact that Emma was on trial? To this person who's like, if you've ever been a criminal, you are bad. I must murder you and send you to hell myself. Still would have been better to have some rep. Yeah. Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Upon further inspection, she determined that they belonged to Mr. Rios. What? The detective found the fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say, well done, Detective Sky. Get a little too addicted to using your precious white powder, did you, Emma? Now, Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain how Mr. Rios intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge. You'll prove Trucy innocent and there will be zero positive change till, like, the last trial day. You know how it goes. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah, her precious white powder. Alright, well, first, he stole the notebook. Apollo? What did Apollo do? We don't judge coke addicts.
I'm going to reveal all Trap Gramir's secrets on stage today.
That's what Mr. Rios himself said, right? Right. But he didn't exactly specify which Gramir secrets he was talking about.
But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind Troop Gramir's magic.
Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Rios was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked.
So, basically, Drewsy's notebook was hiding in Mr. Rios' things because he had stolen it himself.
He was going to reveal their secret bastard children. Guess we'll never know who they are, though.
Why am I still sweating?
I see. Truly, a motive that only a magician could have.
Yes, that's what the prosecution believes, anyway. That was the victim's plan for revenge.
Do you really believe what you're saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think Mrs. Wright could have killed Mr. Rios to stop him from getting his revenge?
Of course. I couldn't even read any of that. Keep your private considerations separate from your public duty. You might be gay, but you have a job right now. You can't think about that. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began. Did I not, Detective Sky? Yes, you did. Please recite my exact words to you.
Emma Sky, you are a detective first and foremost, not the accused's friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully.
Ah, excellent accent work. So you do remember what I said to you. Your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all.
Munch, 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 munch.
This Holy Mother is no scientific concept I've ever heard of. Those two really don't get along, do they?
Well, science and religion go together about as well as oil and water.
Look at my little sad face. As I was saying...
Hold it! I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder?
Beats me?
What? The basis is beats me?
You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sudmahi over there, because they haven't told me their reasonings either. Munch, 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 munch. Detective Sky. Your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. This asshole is using religion as an excuse for their own prejudices. Please tell me we get to refute them in the end. This hits way too close to what people actually do, and I hate it. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Oh! Please don't get me kicked out of the forensic unit. Anything but that.
Poor Emma. She's really been risking everything for us. Man, they made her likable in this. Well, Prosecutor Sudmahi, what are your grounds for claiming homicide?
It was the Illuminous tape. in the understage passage. I realized that it had been moved. Moved so that Mr. Rios would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake.
What a way to put you at odds with the prosecutor. See them abuse their wife.
What? You keep doing that bit.
Mr. Rios, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder, shown here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mr. Rios was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. The luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into.
I don't like how sensual you're getting over there with my supposed sister.
I'm sorry. There's not much action in Khura'in.
You have guns! We have swords! What proof that it was my client who moved the tape? What's your proof?
But of course! Detective Sky?
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape.
You what? They actually had proof?
Well, defense? Are you finally ready to let it all go and move on?
Absolutely not! Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony.
What made you think to check the luminous tape for prints?
Well, I bet it was detective's intuition.
I dusted not just the tape, but just about everywhere for fingerprints. Oh?
I dusted pretty much every single surface in the theater. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anybody getting mad at me.
It's great that you're enthusiastic, Emma, but there is such a thing as too enthusiastic.
Thiener's artist glove is funky without the outfit. You just don't know when you gotta slap a bitch. The tape was moved to guide Mr. Rios into the coffin that was downstage. If that's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident.
It certainly doesn't help that Trucy's prints are on the tape.
Ugh.
I wish I knew what sound would even be appropriate to make in this situation.
Oh, wait a minute. I remember. Trucy leaves no fingerprints because she wears little gloves. Now, where's the piece of evidence that shows that? Oh, this is just a video. Frick! Oh, wait. Bonnie's script. What do you mean Bonnie's script? Trucy burned off her fingerprints after Nick learned that that's a thing you can do, and also had every woman in her life get accused of murder. I mean, the girl from Ninetales Vale did it. Okay, Trucy wore gloves, so none of her fingerprints were found. Here we are.
Objection!
And also had every woman in his life get accused of murder. Nick. Ah. I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time.
It doesn't?
Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin. I think you've realized what the flaw is in your testimony. Claiming Mrs. Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. What are facts? That scares me. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. Oh! She must have lent the prints sometime before the show started. What's it take to find Mrs. Wright nowadays? In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh my! But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that.
Well, Prosecutor Sedmahi, if the defense argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim.
I see. Apparently, the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug, at any rate. Come on. You can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you? Would that really be any better? Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool. Those huge mandibles of theirs. I feel like Apollo was a bug kid in their childhood. And, oh, is it going to be revealed? It's just like, yeah, I modeled my hair after the mighty rhinoceros beetle. Smell arachnid. If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question. Alright, shoot. Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim, the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide and entered the coffin on stage. Look! The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. I really don't like that tone. Little lady. There's a Hololive member who breeds me. There's a Hololive member who's done everything imaginable in human history. There's probably like 3 Hololive members that go, yeah, I've went to Gaza. Not Gaza, Giza. I've went to the Pyramid of Giza. Trucy's little lady number 6. Yes, but this one's evil. You weren't here last stream, but we got like the immediate lowdown that Bonnie DeFame, little bunny, little cute magician,
And Roger Raytons was...
I know what happened. Yeah, she's evil. I don't want to do that to Trucy, even though it's a little bunny girl.
So, what you're saying is the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right?
Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case.
We support women's wrongs. Yes, but this women wrong might lead to more wrongs of killing Trucy, and we don't want that to happen.
If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter.
I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances. And the severity of the crime could be mitigated.
Defense. If you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you agree? Then do you argue that it was an accident?
This is it. The all-important question.
The defense argues that Mr. Rios' death was... The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party.
A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else?
You're Detective Emma. You've been through this several times.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it again. It's fun.
That is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit. Oh, that line would have been hilarious if he was wearing the school uniform where it's just a black suit. And your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely, you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life.
I've been demoted to a vegetable?
In this world, you die a victim or live long enough to see yourself become a culprit, or worse, a vegetable.
Didn't I tell you to put that on, Polly? No. You just said Athena should have the outfit during this case. Wow. I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant.
In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim.
I probably said either way on Apollo. Yeah, but we can imagine it. I do like this outfit more. I find those school male outfits just horrifically boring. There's nothing going on. There's not even like a two-tone difference of the pants and the shirt are different colors. It's the same.
Let us hear this reasoning of yours, then. Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin?
A very good question. Now, let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin?
Oh, wait. Because there's the shaft things, and one of them was already pushed up, and it goes quite quickly, as they've said. So it probably was. They just put him on the platform and just shot him up into the coffin. Thunk. There's a part of me that wants to watch the video to see if the coffin shakes a bit. He was killed in the coffin. He was killed under stage. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go?
Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword would have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sad Mahi?
That is the third time.
The third time of what?
Yeah.
Ay! God! What the heck is this?
サトライマをマンドもさましで足し抜けたれがせよそのか
Damn. Matt's very good at saying that. Rosary attack, go!
Ay! My head! Ugh.
What do you think you're doing?
Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you need to be punished.
Why don't you let me worry about what I need to and don't need?
It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You're not supposed to hit me. I'm invincible right now. I can't lose. No! You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. I am the ultimate non-binary person. This scarf you see is imbued with garlic. I have the garlic bread. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. Sermon.
A sermon? Now? That's Ace. Ah, fuck. Strangely, I don't know why those two are mixed up in my head, to the point that when I see the non-binary flag, I think of Ace, and when I see the Ace flag, I think of non-binary. I don't know where I got that from, but they're just backwards in my head.
There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Kurainism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake.
Huh?
A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution? What?
Looks like Rios is not the only one canceled now.
No! Did I get it right?
No, for I am not even done with my sermon. And yet, the frog still dies. Its belly bitten and torn from within.
Just great. They're doing voices now.
And in this case, you are that frog, Defense.
What exactly is your point, anyway?
Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who, then, had the opportunity to do so during the show?
Reminds me of the Bo Burnham frog bit. I only know one thing from Bo Burnham, and it's welcome to the internet. That is it. That's all I know him for. Let's see. The people in the show were
Bonnie DeFame, the victim Mysterious, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFame was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. which leaves us with one suspect. Trucy Wright.
Look at her go!
Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Rios as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident.
No!
O great merciful Holy Mother. Thus, another putrid mind has been guided towards enlightenment.
Ugh. I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole.
Apollo can swallow.
He's the throat goat!
Mike, really?
Objection!
Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here.
Athena, what are you?
There's something I want to point out, Apollo.
And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance.
I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same.
And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity?
I most certainly would, girl. As chat demands. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl.
Clearly. Surely you don't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact.
Oh no.
Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home.
Well, Aura is still in the clink and Simon's off, Simon's off doing stuff, I can't say.
Hold it!
But I'm not done with my sermon!
You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Sadmahi, you know.
Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin.
Oh, that's true. It does seem like it would be rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it.
What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now?
In my religion, the priestess of Qurainism are as revered as the pillars of our belief. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women.
Oh, Nayuta just pulled out that card.
I, too, love anime women. I honestly could not be sexist. But you? I also think highly of the female perspective.
Says the one who called this fair maiden a little child.
Thaner canceled. Thaner maiden. Who's a fair maiden?
Me!
I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How, indeed, was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused Trucy Wright, that is.
You're committing to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that even be possible.
Wow, Thena, I think this is the first time a prosecutor has had to explain one of our questions.
Oh, just you wait. They're probably not even gonna answer it. They're just gonna be like, this is the only one logical. But of course, there was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. You raise me up. Huh? Wait. Oh, you can't really mean. I foresaw that argument would come to this. So I have prepared a witness.
Well, well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor.
It is really not that difficult when you can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. They couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could they?
It's pretty hard to believe.
Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Sky. I'm sorry for, the way I handled all of this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes. You served well as a detective and did not allow your professional feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work. Thank you. I hope we can work together again in the future. Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise. I guess they're a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against them.
Now then, let's call the next witness.
It's the bunny. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Classic abuse tactic. Turn around to be sweet so they stick around. Yeah. Happy Halloween.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It is very nice to meet all of you. I am a lagomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie DeFame. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for you all.
Please, witness. There is a time and a place for all things, including magic.
Oh, but it would be okay if I just do a little magic, right? Come on, please.
Lagomorph means bunny.
Look, everybody is waiting. Now's my chance to shine.
That is your second time.
My second time doing what?
There will be no further warnings. You should know that from your preparatory meeting, correct? Yeah, Nayuta is... Ugh. I've been watching a lot of, videos about narcissism and just people that have the red flags to better study that kind of person for my own projects, but Nayuta's hitting a lot of them.
Oh.
Is no one exempt from their holiness rosary of suffering?
May we have your testimony, witness, once you've recovered from your disappointment?
Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I?
as a huge fan of Trucy's, huh?
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
Sure. You're a real fan, all right? Of destroying Trucy, you mean.
You. I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Rias. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift. Is it possible? Would Trucy really have... If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift too. I was on stage the entire show, by the way. Just because she's so hot and nice and kind, she thinks she's all that.
Yo, like, Buddy Babe, are you having other thoughts?
No. Keep paying me money, simp.
Of course! Oh, that's a direction I could take, Roger Ratons.
Also, it's drink time. And this week we have Arizona iced tea with lemon flavor. To see if it's better than the raspberry that I normally drink. Nope. Nope. I finished my Mountain Dew. No. Yeah, off-brand stuff really gets weird names.
You were on stage the whole time. And are you sure about that? There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV show footage as well. Oh, is there gonna be another, like, twin? Oh, wait, is there a twin? And that's the thing? That there's two Bonnies? There's a kind Bonnie and an evil Bonnie?
I couldn't possibly have killed Mysterious. Not little old me.
This just makes me think she's just like, oh man, I watched Gravity Falls and oh my gosh, that little Gideon, he was an inspiration. He almost got what he wanted and then this stupid, cute, no-good girl stopped him. Bunnies multiplying like rabbits. Yeah! We used to be quintuplets, but after some tragic magic, there's only two of us left now. You ever see that one magician movie with Hugh Jackman, The Illusionist or The Prestige or whatever it's called? What he wanted was the girl. Oh yeah, Gideon did want Mabel obsessively.
Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim understage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You've got to be kidding me.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Why's that blue and pink banner always behind Apollo? What banner?
Hold it!
You said you're a huge fan of Trucy's. Isn't that right?
Oh, yes! I even became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. The first time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. She was only in junior high back then, but she got up on stage with tons of confidence. And then she proceeded to win my heart with her astonishing tricks and winning smile.
At the Wonder Bar, she had like 3 tricks. One of those tricks is the magic panties. And the fact that when I said that you went means I feel like there's a certain fan servicey moment that got you.
Shush. Bunnies are one of the horniest animals on the internet. Shush.
She certainly sounds like she means all of that. So, finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right?
Oh, yes. After all, it was my chance to have her see me. Not just as a fan, but as a fellow magician. Poof. Little bunny. Whee! But then that horrible accident happened.
It was not an accident. It was murder. Witness, please explain, if you would. How a small young woman such as Trucy Wright could have raised the body. I really need to remember. No, I didn't see the banner. I wasn't paying attention. I was reading my lines. Oh no, I can't see anything that's going on.
Hold it!
Yeah, that is a peculiar banner up above. I feel like we need another like big courtroom sweep to see what it is.
What makes you think it would be possible? It's not like you tried it out yourself, right?
Well,
Actually, we did try it out for ourselves.
You did?
Detective Sky, if you would.
Oh,
Sorry, I was catching up on the chat saying they were a tier 3 sub and how they wanted to get a collab with them. But that's why you made me do it.
Detective Sky, what did they have you do?
The prosecutor asked me to try raising one of the male police officers with the stage lift. Without a single word of explanation as to why, they made me do it.
You're kidding.
it's as if they really can foresee all of our counter-arguments.
Do not underestimate this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Emma's stronger than Trucy. Come on.
More like haughty.
I guess that means Trucy could have lifted the dead body up. Does that mean...
Well, white powder addicts do have muscle atrophy, so maybe Emma is the same strength as Trucy. Emma could be stronger than Apollo.
Yeah, with how many snackadoodles she eats, that would definitely counteract it and maybe make her roided out.
I eat my protein. Buzz off. This is my white powder. You can't have it.
Hold it!
All the fingerprinting powder is actually just protein shakes.
She has the fucking rocks diet, but just Snicks.
What is possible? Is what possible? Could Trucy really have... What, Miss Defame? Please finish your sentence.
Well,
And don't try to beat around the bush. Come right out and say it. Why not tell this court what you really believe?
She's defaming Trucy. Huh? Get it? Yeah.
What I really believe? Of course I don't believe Trucy could ever commit murder. Such an amazing and wonderful magician would never do such a thing. But, taking all the facts into account, what else can I think? Oh, if people believe that I'm her biggest fan and even I have doubts, it will turn the tide of everyone else.
I know of at least 3 other flattering things you really think about. Unflattering things you really think about Trucy.
Oh. Let's see. Say the messages that are, it's in between. Above Emma's stronger. Oh, I need to scroll up for that. My phone's not exactly the greatest at this. Oh. You similarly frail girl. Just like the artist girl, and that charm girl, and that little mystic girl. Does Trucy have a type? I mean, easier to lift. For small little magician Trucy, she's got to be able to lift her assistants somehow.
How can you attack this girl when she is obviously speaking with reserve?
There is such a thing as reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. It's sad how the youth of today lack the ability to do such a basic thing.
Looking at me like that isn't gonna help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor.
Short top. Who like her women shorter than her. Yee. It's a small queen who wants an even smaller queen. They want to be the big spoon.
Witness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body.
Alright.
Okay, I just kind of want to shoot it now. Because Trucy did say. Feels like it was already shot.
Objection!
Uh-oh, music didn't change. Uh-oh. Gotta press it first.
Hold it!
Stage lift 2? You mean the stage lift shown here on the left?
That's right. With the stage lift, I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up to the stage.
And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think it's just you having stream lag. My thing's just up to date.
Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep this act up? Defense. What position was stage lift 2 in the after show? Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position.
Oh, no.
And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree?
The fucking 90s cartoon nerd voice. Get it?
Seat back in the full upright position. Feel free to slowly melt over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper! Did you have a bad pizza one time? That has nothing to do with it. So now I'm also evil?
Hold it!
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage?
Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now.
Nayuta, white confirmed. Next we learn that the souls of the damned do actually end up in peppers in Karine, and so they're just extra spicy. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you. Yes.
You gotta be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right there in the footage, or are you too much of an idiot to see?
Huh?
But Mr. Fame, are you feeling all right? You suddenly seem different.
Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I?
You didn't just snap, you broke character just now.
In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance.
Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat.
Mr. Fame, to what is the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage, and oopsie poopsies, if you will. Sorry for my outburst, folks. Let me grab my ukulele. Oh my gods, no! I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flubbed it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead.
And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around.
Which makes me feel like, since we have the evidence that this is Bonnie's script, she is the one who wrote this. We just have the, quick notes here. Bonnie gave Trucy a bad script, so that way she'd spend longer down there, and that they could theoretically say of just
Oh, with the time of how long she was disappeared for,
she totally murdered someone. She totally had to replace fuck it up in the last one.
I feel really bad about messing up Trucy, about messing Trucy up like that with my goof.
Darn it, I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony.
My goof. Now do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling. Pronto! Do it quick before you keel over up there.
I beg your pardon!
Oops. What's gotten into me? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say all that stuff about the Swiss. What? Hey guys, Magoof.
I give her another 5 minutes before she starts tearing off that mask.
Well, Defense, are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not! I'll never give up! I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Khurainism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you, who struggles ceaselessly against his fate, Papul Bul Jig seems most appropriate. Papul Buljig. I feel like there's a joke there. I can't see it though. Is you losing 4 times fate too? Fucko! Jesus, doll. Cheese and crackers, I mean. Are you? You really don't like this character. People boil. Oh. What? Oh wait, that's Khuraina's. No, you got it. Papul Bulding.
Now, what sort of terrible place is Papul Bulging?
A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss.
Oh, like the understage?
Yes, I'm technically showing that I totally know what's going on. He's referring to the big American melting pot. Woo! At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to Antlion's sandpit trap.
Oh, I've only ever seen those in Terraria. Those are real?
I have one of those in my backyard.
Wow, Khuraina's hell is closer to home than I thought.
Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claim that the defense is the only one who could have killed the victim on the stage.
How are we supposed to get out of this jam?
Hey, Apollo. If you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. You mean your gimmick from the last game? Yep, I totally get it here. I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying.
Under the stage downtown is where I drew some blood.
See? Widget is picking up on the noise in her heart, too. Testify, sister. That's right. Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. All right, Athena. Let's give it a try. See? Widget is picking up Red Hot Chili Peppers on the AM radio. Ow. It gets stronger when I get closer to your antenna. It's hair! Wow, Athena's wasting that outfit. Envy. I mean, you technically shouldn't envy fictional characters. But yeah. She's probably wearing a corset. By the vibe of this outfit. You got it!
Hold it!
Your Honor! I'm afraid that our witness, Miss Defame, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident. From the side is crazy.
Is she?
Yes. What with that terrible death on stage and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she is unfit to testify.
What?
Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder?
Wrong game.
What? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere.
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh, my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times. It's as if they were a different person.
Nayuta's like, therapy is against my religion. That's why me and Emma don't do couples counseling. You're dating Emma? I mean, I think we're dating. Does Emma know you're dating?
Does Emma know you're dating?
I mean, I give her snacks and head pats, but
that shouldn't constitute dating. That is just simply being kind to another being.
she's one of my many wives and husbands. Oh, okay, moving on. Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness.
Hold it. Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawing in half. Boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I?
I don't marry MBs, those. I'm not gay. Just like me, the saw in half thing. Yeah, very good on that art. That was an amazing piece you put out, doll. Everyone is zombies.
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. I can even see the praise in chat for complimenting someone's art. Widget projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix, where I can analyze them. Sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask, how do emotions constitute evidence? You know, that is a great question. With super sensitive hearing sound like the start of a 60s superhero cartoon. With their ultra superpowers, Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup. With their super sensitive hearing, they were able to hear the danger from miles away and know where the bomb was located. Thanks to Athena, Hearing Wonder.
While I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se, I've seen how instrumental Mrs. Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try.
Watch as we go to like another trial here in America, and it's not this judge, it's the other judge, and he's like, I don't know who you Atheners are. I don't care about your fancy therapy thing. We don't do that here. Fuck you. Autism is the greatest superpower. Yippee! I see.
If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness.
I'll disturb you! Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sudmahi. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right?
You want me to lead the session?
Of course. You're the lead of this case, after all.
Fair enough, but do I need a refresher? Nah. I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right to it.
Okie dokie. You ready, Widget? Let's do this.
I'd say if only jury duty came with free therapy, but like, only if it's not in the middle of the public court, which it is. Oh my. Oh, why weren't you happy? Oh wait, there's words here that are new.
I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Rios. Even she could move the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time, but that terrible mistake. My stupid flub caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it.
Excuse me, what's this? Thiener getting a new gay to out people.
I have to say, Mr. Fame, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said you feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it.
Ow.
I think I can guess why you were feeling so happy. It was because I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I?
You gotta be kidding me! Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers!
Because we saw you.
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy right. Just because she's a little good at magic and cute as hell and so kind, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what the sniveling cute brat deserves. Not cutie, brat. I said brat.
We saw how you said you hated Trucy right. How you were glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved.
Oh, what?
It looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak.
What? Okay, I need to see stream if y'all can see that. Yep, weird. I wish there was like a quick way to turn off toasts while you're like playing on Steam or something.
Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now, if we can get it down to 0...
Well, Mr. Fame, are you ready to confess how you really feel?
Here's my twit longer about trying. Here's my twit longer about trying to kill my girlfriend. Please read in full. Thinkies.
Oh, that's a cute as well, hey, to say that. I think I might steal that doll.
Well, Mr. Fame, are you ready to confess how you really feel?
What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol, Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be!
Reaction!
Keep that up, Mr. Fame, and you're gonna have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are.
Who I really am?
This isn't good to suppress your gay thoughts.
It's not!
The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you.
Am I seriously DID rep?
Maybe. We don't know how this is gonna end.
Shut your pie hole! You know nothing, know-it-all. I mean, I mustn't say things like that or I might get flustered.
Mr. Fame, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us.
Hey, see? Apollo said it. It can't be that far behind.
Your Honor,
Yes?
the fact that I say it shows that it's behind the times.
Oh, gosh dang it. Oh, why do you have to be such a...
Set the wild beast inside you free!
Oh!
Costume change? Costume change? Yeah, they're just banners. See it on the side.
Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine! Take a good look. Woo!
What in the world?
Sheep's clothing? You've got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on.
Ooh, does she rhyme?
We can't leave until you come out of the closet.
And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire, a bat with fangs and wings. I think I just opened Pandora's box. And to think I liked her. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. I'm a motherfucking vampire. I got the dental surgery and everything.
Defense, your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse from the looks of it.
There's a perfectly good explanation for this, isn't there, Miss Sykes?
Hey, methinks I created a monster. We blew it. Hey, you lobster boy!
Hey, ooh, me?
You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right!
Does this mean you admit to wishing the defense harm?
Well, the bat is out of the bag now.
Happy Halloween. You knew about this. You said that earlier. Her parasol is animated. Oh, dang it.
That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor.
Why does everyone get weird when Trucy is doing something in this case? When you say hard physical labor, exactly like that, what are you referring to?
Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot!
Oh, like her parasol, it animates when you spin it. Trucy's a woman's woman. I have stream on another computer and just occasionally hear you cackle in the other room really loud.
That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last bit of testimony to Bonnie's statement?
Do you mean add that last bit of statement to Bonnie's testimony?
Yeah,
Wait, do you find her hot?
a little bit.
Alright, I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. Huh, hey, Apollo? Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony.
Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now?
Well, from this point onward, you just need to... You just do what you do best!
New info, Apollo's type. Yeah, I either like doomed astronauts or creepy girls.
Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it.
when a brother and sister got the same type of girl. All right, got you now, Bonnie to fame.
Oh, it's just a present segment. There's no pushing statements.
You know what? Serves her right. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
No emotions allowed. Emotions aren't important here. All that's important is evidence.
Objection!
Why is the health bar up? Mr. Fame, I believe your statement contradicts with this piece of evidence.
You're being non-specific, so that means you die.
Zooms. Arms.
It like zooms into Trucy's sweet arms in her memory.
I'm not ready to be your human juice box just yet.
You're more like a human barrel. Juice boxes for vampires are rats. And a raccoon is just a Lunchable. I must suck your neck, blah blah blah. I feel like it is the new piece of evidence. Vampire woman. Confirmed gay automatically. What am I missing here? I might know if you want. Might. Alright, while I try this one, tell me.
Objection!
Health bar's still up. That was your guess. Dang it!
Objection! Objection!
Skipping the future where Apollo gets his blood drained. Saw Morbius the other day. Pretty good. Ended very abruptly, though. Yeah, they couldn't morb anymore.
Objection!
That doesn't make sense.
Huh? What? So you think I'm crazy now?
No. That's not the point I was trying to make.
But I don't hear you denying it.
Miss Defame, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
That's right.
But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Let me say my thing again. Oh.
That's right. I still say that's just what she deserves.
But how did you know? How did you know she moved the stage lifts?
Huh?
According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so.
What?
So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you?
Hey!
Okay, now there's emotions.
He mobbed into the night with some bats out of the sewer.
Meow. We did it, Apollo! Noise levels are at a 0%.
But Mr. Justice, what did that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Defame herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Miss Defame, and one spectacular suspect.
Ruined my thing.
Parasol.
Why, you shiny red lobster boy? Are you saying I killed Mr. Reus?
I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Look at her go! Are the defendant's statement is admissible as evidence now? I guess so. I guess that's how the courtroom's running, ain't it so?
Objection!
My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Miss Defame was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. But, we're dealing with magicians here. They're very good at making you think things that are not actually there. You have just taken a long and senseless journey, only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused.
Hey-ya!
Guess the party's over. It was magic, Your Honor.
But Miss Defame knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor said Mahi? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Miss Defame about it, but then forgot. Magic is not in my religion, but being forgetful is.
Ha! Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage.
If Miss Defame really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time.
You mean she was in two places at once? Wait. That doesn't seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. I forget my own sins all the time. My wife forgets my sins too.
It may be an explanation, but I'm not sure about the make sense part.
Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion.
I've heard some illogical things come out of you before. But this is absurd!
I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor.
My guts tell me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain the witness was in two places at once?
On and under the stage downtown, ready to suck some blood.
She teleported. Huh. That's like the most logical. We're two Bonnies.
I see it from a mile away.
There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it?
There were.
Two of them?
I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose three screws to the head should righten his putrid brain.
Hold it!
No, wait, I didn't read the judge line.
Very well. Bailiff, could you hold it?
No, wait, please listen to my argument.
Very well. I suppose it won't hurt to at least give it a listen.
As was argued earlier,
Tibbet sure has a good eye for seeing women. Yeah, I can see them, but I don't know when they're trying to flirt with me. I had to be kissed on the face by my girlfriend to be like, oh, I guess you like me. I am extremely dense. Because even then, it's just like, are you sure? You sure you want to be with pathetic old me? And we've been together since that day.
As was argued earlier, Miss Defame is shown in the footage the whole time. But at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies.
That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sadmahi?
This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws.
Classic lesbianism. Which is also not in Nayuta's religion. But, Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two.
But we don't have to be bound by reality after all. After all, we're talking about magic here. So, if the Bonnie Defame in the footage is the real Bonnie, then the Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been understage, this Bonnie Defame is our second Bonnie.
Hey! She is?
Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2.
Is it in the character profiles? Nah. That there's just like, two Bonnies.
I believe I have just the piece of evidence to prove that Miss Bonnie 2 exists.
Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a Bonnie number 2?
Oh, is it the mystery fingerprints?
What's this?
During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. An unknown third party's fingerprints? Imagine if Nayuta is constantly like, yes, of course there's always a third one. I mean, there is a technical third gender. So, take that, Dad. I was not told of this, and my father wasn't told of the third gender. So, I guess we all can learn sometimes. Could I be wrong? No, it's them who are wrong.
Hey, why am I the second one? Emma must have kept it from him.
So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to?
Yep, she's not wearing gloves.
Miss Defame, or should I say, Bunny number 2. These are your fingerprints, aren't they?
Enough of this foolishness! One person could not possibly be two. Those fingerprints could have been left not only during the show, but at any time.
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sadmahi. And I'm sure you know that exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. We found your fingerprints and bite marks all over Trucy. Hands off my sister.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice?
The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? They're clearly not Bonnie Defame's. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us?
Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're playing?
It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Sadmahi, can you really look at her and still say that?
What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer.
How could this be?
Dumbass judge.
If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match to the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they, Bonnie number 2?
That the witness is what the defense has said true.
Fine, I'll admit it. The fingerprints are mine!
Then does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFame?
What? Ridiculous! Yeah, they're just normal banners.
Are there really 2 Bonnies?
Look into her eyes. You're becoming very sleepy. You want to take off your scarf. What?
Nope, there's only one Bonnie. That's because... I'm Betty. Betty DeFame.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as the Lego morphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime!
Oh my gosh, this is cute as heck. There's a good Bonnie!
And there's a bad Betty.
Oh my gosh, I love them!
What an amazing trick! The witness has finally split into 2 people.
It's not a trick, no gimmick to it either. I know fucking twins when I see them. I have the credit. I have the receipts.
She landed twins. One a simp, one a Cinderay. Also, love that animation. Yes, so cute.
We're simply twins.
What?
Twins?
So that's how the teleportation trick works.
Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been! But I don't have to hide. Don't have to hide anymore. That's right, our days of sneaking around are finally over. Look at them, they're so cute. We're simply twins.
Their cover is blown. They actually seem pretty happy about it. This, it's very important to not treat a twin like they're just a copy of the other person. You be yourself. They're separate people. You could really screw up the development of some kids, of twins growing up, if you treat them like the same, or that each of them is only half a person. Speaking from experience. We support women's wrongs. Good for Betty. Twins haven't existed in the Ace Attorney world since the jury existed. I thought, what's her name? She's the gal from, Game 3? The one with Godot? There's that whole plot of, Phoenix. I forgot his name. He ate a poison bottle. Weren't those two girls twins? I've been crazy about the Were twins in Monster High. Maybe I should show them? Delilah? Iris? Yeah, those two. Weren't they twins? Or were they just nearly identical sisters? Yes. They were twins. See? I'll fucking know one when I see one. And with the magician thing going on, immediately I thought of the Prestige. With how there was the cage with one bunny in it. It's like, there's the second one under the cover. I know tricks. Oh! Wait! Where's Betty? Where is she? So, which one of you is the nice Bonnie DeFame we met in the dressing room?
That would be me.
And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with ratings Raja understage was...
Hey! Who are you calling sharp-tongued?
It's all starting to make sense now.
So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it?
It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was understage, did have the opportunity.
Hey, fuck you. That guy has good money, bastard. We need our simps to pay for this stuff. You think we just naturally look alike? No, you gotta pay for that shit when you grow older. Twins naturally spread apart.
Well, so we now have 2 suspects.
Hey! Wait just a minute there, lobster boy. I didn't do it! That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she never kill anybody. Hey! Who's got a foul mouth here?
Oh, this is so adorable!
Oh, Well, speak up, huh?
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show.
How do you think I afforded the gifts for the gifts I give Trucy?
Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there?
Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back.
Prosecutor said Mahi. Betty DeFame is ready to testify. What do you say?
Betty, I read your twit longer defending how you abuse your sister, and it's okay for you to do it. Good on you. But you have lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother in a different aspect.
Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act.
See, this is how you do it when someone predicts it's twins doing a magic act. You're like, oh, whoops, they figured it out. You don't break your hand.
Besides, I'm gonna go to your Twilight. Besides, am I gonna go to your Twilight hell or whatever for being a liar?
You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather,
I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil in integration hell.
She'll do it again, too. Athena has officially ruined another person's life by outing them. She'll do it again, too. Oh, no. But it went from, like, a full-on identity to just being a twin. What's the next one gonna be? Yeah, I actually don't like the color blue. I've always worn this red suit underneath, but they say I have to wear the blue suit as well, and so I've just forced to live like this. Wow, these getting out stories are getting weaker. I mean, they started with Robin. Hell, you can't really get farther than that without going into some dangerous territory.
Now then, Betty Defame, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage.
Ah, they're both just there.
It's true. I had been business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do? That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It wasn't in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're gonna give it away! Anyway, I was really busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Rios.
I'm coming out as Christian.
No, let her say business. Well, that was certainly different.
How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick.
Oh my! She's floating!
Your Honor. You can see she's being held up from below. You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette.
But
I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. By the way, we have finally encountered all the Trucy ships I'm aware of. Oh no. Trucy not getting a ship from this point on? Oh no, she'll starve.
now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I'm with you, Apollo. You should be a lawyer.
It's true. I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do? That's right! It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It wasn't in the script, and I already wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're gonna give it away! Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have a chance to kill Mr. Rios.
Fire, as in red hot? Under, as in bridge downtown?
Doll, careful. You might pull something stretching that hard.
Hold it!
If you were in the understage passage, which need I remind you, was the crime scene, then you most certainly should be counted as a potential suspect.
But I don't have any motive to kill Mr. Rios.
But you
by your own admission, hate Mrs. Wright.
Apollo's a pepper. Ah, I drew some blood. Ow, I pulled too hard.
When she was arrested as a suspect, you said it was what she deserved.
You should believe the witness killed a man. You believe the witness killed a man simply due to her dislike of Trucy Wright? Oh, I'd be better than that. I wouldn't get killed by the killer. I'm too cool. As a motive, is that not improbable at best?
But what if her hatred caused her to bear a strong sense of malice against my client?
Look, Trucy just made me mad. That's all. I mean, even though she's younger than me, she's got so much more skill and popularity. She's cute. And she's cute besides. Yeah, she makes me so mad I wish she would drop dead.
Why do you want her to drop dead?
I'm a necrophiliac.
Ah!
Batty defeat.
Oh, come on. Why can't you put them together? I've never liked how these don't rearrange. And that they add completely random people, like Wright. Why is Wright here? I wish we had like a giant catalog of people. Instead of this weird thing that's supposed to fit on a DS.
But Betty, don't talk like that. Shut your yap!
So, was it just simple jealousy?
Check my notes. Which notes? My high note? Seems fine. This game has notes. Not in this section. The note is gone.
Say, Betty, that next trick you were getting ready for?
Maybe it was investigations only. Yeah, it's only in the investigation segments I've seen. Because that's when you can get lost and you're like, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Especially if you like save in the middle of an investigation segment. You're like, I don't know why I'm here or what I am to do.
Hold it!
Bonnie, are you trying to get Betsy's testimony right now? So,
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
you can step down if you'd like.
I'm worried about Betty, though. She can lose her temper and say awful things sometimes. Hey! What are you, my mother? Don't forget I'm the older sister, you got that? Yeah, I got it.
I guess I'd worry about... Mount Betty constantly blowing her top if I were Bonnie too.
Help! Help! Bonnie teleported me! I don't know where to go!
Mount. I got it. I just got a bit confused because they've been saying like Mr. and Mrs. a bit. So seeing that one was just like, new binary, non-binary thing just dropped.
So, Betty, you were down under stage getting ready for the fire trick, were you?
That's right, it's a very dangerous trick.
And you were taking every necessary precaution, is that right?
Of course, every precaution. After all, it's a very dangerous trick that uses real fire. I mean, We had to be ready in case the curtain caught on fire or something, right?
By the time people realized it wasn't part of the act, it might be too late, huh?
By people you mean Athena Sykes? Then yes. Mix Sadmahi.
Wow, a fire trick! That sounds really impressive.
Your beard would go up in smoke, old man! I bet people mistake you for a cue ball or something without it.
A cue ball?
Buddy, don't be rude to the judge. But Betty, you know that fire trick?
Objection!
The trick to eating fire is to make an air seal. They were turned into a cloud at that very moment. Which is moisture mostly, but it's how people visualize air. I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony.
Kick.
As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier.
Oh, harsh words. I like this one. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick.
I just pictured floating away. Airbud 9. Gosh, there's so many of those movies.
Trucy gets Bonnie, and Apollo gets Betty.
No one except me, you mean?
Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves.
You're not wearing sleeves. Fuck!
Huh? We do? I told you keep it zipped!
This is really funny. She's just turned into a statue. Come on. My twin sister's turned into a statue. Move! Let me tell you something, guy who figured out our trick. No one has ever figured out our trick. So, ha! What a very Danganronpa sentence, doll.
Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony?
Made an Xbox sound effect. 360 achievement unlocked. Slam your sister. The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust.
Oh!
You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty?
That's the worst insult I've ever received. I'm sorry! But it's true.
You got me!
They're so cute.
Betty DeFame, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty. We can't hide it any longer. Might as well tell them.
Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself.
Don't try and tell me what to do.
Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because...
We can't hide it any longer. We might as well say we're dating Shut up!
It's because she is afraid of fire, knew the show wouldn't go on, was slacking off. You didn't prepare the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and the show would have to be canceled.
Hey!
Oh, you can subtly tell who's who because Bunny has the bent ear and Betty has the high flying ears, like a bat.
Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man!
Don't like that! Do not! I order you not to like that.
No!
I'm gonna yank those lame bangs off of you. Is that what you want? Huh? Ah! I don't know where that scream came from, but it was so genuine.
Objection!
Whatever! They can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already, said Mahi T-pose.
Trucy tops Betty, Betty tops Apollo. Do you mean Trucy tops Bonnie? Because otherwise there's this weird triangle going on and there's too many siblings to count, and I hate that.
Can't reveal my secrets, I'm a magician!
Objection!
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit, defense. And having chanced upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Huh?
Exactly! Where's your proof, huh?
And yet, I can see that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven.
Welcome back, Nayuta. We didn't miss you. My gosh, doll. Do you want to kill this human? Because we can just go like that. He's not there. They're not there.
I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness.
Deceitful trickery.
As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just imprison your heart all over again. I'm just talking shit. They're allowed to exist, just not without a fight. Jesus Christ. What is it? Is Nayuta part turtle? Their existence from the beginning of time must be peril. That's not what that means, Athena.
But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real! So I'll be behind bars either way!
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not! Can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do. You! Lobster Boy! Cue Ball Geezer! Head Case Brat! Cerberus Monk!
Cue Ball Geezer?
Poor Betty.
Head Case Brat? Really? Hold it!
Oh, wait, no, Bonnie said it.
Hold it. Betty, calm down. Come on now. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. We played Celeste. You remember the feather thing? Yeah, yeah.
Just because she's an ass don't mean she hurt anyone out of the bedroom.
Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you.
Then how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick?
Hold it. I I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract.
Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case. Aren't these two girls like our age? Like, no?
Well, they're 19. I don't know whose hour you're speaking of. This is like 2020 or something. No, it's like 2030X. I don't know. I don't keep track. You gotta look at the wiki.
Objection.
I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Allow me to summarize your assertions. Defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it.
Do you remember Joe's Holy Clap video?
No, I don't.
Also, Nayuta saying of just like, okay, so here's what happened in the case. I feel like that's just what the prosecutors do in Kurine, because it's like they talk to this spirit medium to see the last moments, and they're just like, okay, so this is what happened. That's what happened. Yep, that's my job, just repeating what happened, and get praise for it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage. I'll send it later. Me, when that's what happened.
Me, when I am the flashback machine. But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason?
Like what?
In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance.
Betty just wanted to carry Trucy, not frame her. She also wanted Trucy to carry her.
Ouch.
Planned out?
After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines.
How very industrious of you. I'm impressed.
That is 100% an Xbox achievement. Yeah, it's cute as hell.
During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. Judgment. A practice called the hidden camera prank.
You love those, don't you?
No.
They're so similar to your freaking trial system. That's why you like them.
How do you know about the trial system?
Oh yeah, me and Phoenix were talking on the phone for a while before this case, before this court.
Betsy and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? about the dead body appearing, the set piece fall, the show being suspended.
I have a question. Did he have a mask? Did he have a mask on?
You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct?
Is that true?
Betty, please don't. Please, let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore.
Dang it, fine, you got us! Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Roos showing up dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted.
It was all
A prank? But Barney, is this really true? You're the only one I can trust here.
In the Arcane Heart fighting games, this little dog girl has a super where she drops a metal stick on her own head and whimpers as her animals do the attack. It's just a prank, bro.
Arcana Heart fighting game.
Yes, Mr. Rios was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go.
So he was in on it too?
That's right, he was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down. Trusty would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went.
What?
What in the heck kind of prank is that?
But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Rios.
I'm so completely lost right now.
Mr. Rios shows up from under the judge's desk, and it's all a big publicity stunt magic trick.
And ushers in a second dark age of the law.
Or as Dahl put it the first time, second dark age of the law.
Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some splaining to do.
Alright. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else.
I can.
What?
Who said I'm gonna date you?
That's the what? No, I was gonna say that I live with Trucy. So I hear all the time of how stuff is supposed to. What was that thing about it?
Nothing! Shush! She gets a little box! Betty glamours the entire courtroom and just makes them zombies. Glamours? What? After a teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Rios' body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right! I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece. And made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Rios to come back to life in front of a panicking Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That's how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead. So he kind of just stayed on the ground. Oh, that's why he had a winch. vampire Glasmir hypnosis. You're saying more and more stuff I do not know.
What kind of sick joke is that?
It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Ah, whatever. It was all the Rating Raja's idea anyway. Yeah, sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. Vampire hypnosis is called glamour. Oh. Never knew that. This is the prank plan script we got from the Ratings Raja. Dang it! You made us break our contract! Now we won't get paid!
But, where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim and when?
Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Rios was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of the prank, then when he was under stage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who is also under stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects.
What?
Witness. Was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin?
Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video.
Oh, great. I gotta give this guy a voice.
So the gram hairs sounded like this, and now if I just tone it down... Yeah! Greetings, viewers! It is I, the Great Mysterious!
We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, I will be in it, act as though I have met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? I can hardly wait.
Ugh. I had to pull out a deep, sick part of me.
We kidnapped Trucy Wright's dad prank gone wrong?
I pulled up the deepest, darkest version of a YouTuber I could muster. And that's what came out.
He's about to hide in the coffin? It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage where Betty Defane was, and came up to the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Rios appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw.
The fucking rat.
And defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? That is what you sound like. You suck at this. You suck at this. But then, what about this video? The footage was taken just before Mr. Rios entered the coffin.
Oh, so does that mean...
Yes. It is horrible, but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on stage. Went into the coffin where Mr. Rios was hiding. Trucy right thrusted her blade.
Okay, stop that!
I'm sorry, I can't help it.
Aye!
See? Told you so.
You should make the impression like a stereotypical American, like New York or Southern.
So, are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank? This is so complicated.
It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself, Miss Wright. Did you have prior knowledge of the prank?
What?
Tell them, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right?
That's my last name?
No, confirmation.
Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case,
You leave me little choice but present this piece of evidence.
Plead the fifth, Trucy. Wow. They're just using her signature willy-nilly.
it looks like some sort of note.
What? This is so ridiculous. Does Ratings Raja really believe, yeah, if their signature is on it, then, like, totally, I can do whatever the fuck I want with people. That's how I get them into contracts.
Ah! Eee!
That's...
I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now.
What is this? Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out.
It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Rios' video camera from him, it seems.
I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense.
I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank.
It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much. Ignore Betty's back tattoo. Trucy just signs things to mark her possession. Oh, it's a thing for that.
So, the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank?
It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the—
Stop right there, you maniac!
What? I'm the villain here now. I'm allowed to be bad. And weird. Where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright?
Of course not. I didn't write or sign that note.
But the handwriting matches yours. All the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit.
But I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
Then explain the existence of this note. Did the sandcastle just wash up onto the shore by the waves? No, there was a god. There was a creator. Nothing is by chance. You can do that, can you not?
I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Rios. You have to believe me.
No. I am so superior.
Oh no.
There's been a lot of ... moments of the whole courtroom in this case.
The silence is deafening. Silence is deafening. Oh wow. Oh wow. Don't say a word. You are the voice in the song. Yeah. It's yours when you sing along. Yeah. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish. Accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun of yourself. Miss Wright. It is time to resign yourself to your fate.
I thought you were doing Hunchback. Nope. Miracle of Sound, Metal Gear Solid 5. It's a very good song.
No, I didn't do it. I knew it.
That sweet-looking girl, a murderer?
She took us all in with that look.
I told you she was a homicidal little witch from the start!
But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why does anybody believe me?
Shut up, you killer! We won't fall for that anymore!
Ugh, this is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this this tragic moment now. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves.
That cute, hot, cutie murderer? She tricked us. I'm not actually gay. It's just her willies. It's just her wiles. I don't know how to say that. I don't know how it's spelled.
Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant Trucy The defense has an objection!
Apollo!
You even know you would... I won't give up. I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me. Counting on me. And Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claim, correct?
Yes! Of course, Your Honor! Do we really have anything, Apollo?
Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here.
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed.
As we saw in the show footage, there's no question that the defendant thrust a sword into the coffin. See? That's how you say it without being weird. I'm just going to look at chat while you insult me and my stuff. Wiles. Pronounced like Wiles. Spelled like Wiles. Case 1 and Nayuta's already so annoying. That's the issue. They haven't... There's not many, like, genuinely hateable prosecutors that are supposed to be, like, the main prosecutor through the game. Because we've got Miles. He's... Well, he is kind of genuinely hateable because it's just, like, you keep on updating the autopsy report. And then there's Von Karma, but he's just, like, in the background. He's only there for one case. And then there's Francisca, who's understandable, because it's just like, my father must. That's not her voice. That was French for some reason. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. You're supposed to meet against them until the end, but it gets worse and worse, more hateable, less redeemable. Yeah, that is a big balancing act. You gotta make them hateable, so that way it feels good when they lose. But you also can't go too far in that direction, because then the redemption at the end will either feel not enough, of just like, nope, you're still evil. It'll feel not earned, of just like, oh, we're letting them go. And it's a dangerous balancing act to make a villain likable. Because then if you make them too likable, you don't hate them, and you hate that everyone else hates them. We can't take everything we see at face value.
So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved?
Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin?
Very well, let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interpreted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing.
At least I can break holes in the space-time.
Don't you dare, you rat!
That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death.
Take that!
Hey, what's this? A sword from the show?
That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on the record that she remembers very clearly that she did. You saved after he gets mad at you for the riff, so he will still be mad at you. Fuck the cue ball.
No! Don't make that a thing! Please, no! No!
Sorry, but everything the defamed twins are saying is gonna be forever, because they're the best. And besides, the only way to move forward is him being mad at the riffs, so could it go back?
I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage?
Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. After the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one. Do you not know when to give up, stink bug? That is not possible.
All it took to win over Tidbit was to have a second woman. I already liked her that she was a bunny. She lost points, but it was like, oh no, she's gonna be mean. Now there's two of them.
Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one.
But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. That's a thing that can happen, you know.
What? Not from my land. Everything is law.
What?
What? It must work better when I say it in my original tongue.
After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there.
If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Rius was alive when he entered the coffin.
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial.
Shit.
Now, let me express my opinion. By all accounts, I have to go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry.
slay Trucy? Who did Trucy slay? Ah, it was Mysterious.
By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But, as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue.
Very well, Your Honor.
Yes, I saved it!
Somehow. Whew, too close for comfort. But still, there.
Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense use this time to prepare.
Aw, man, this is when I should have gone to the bathroom.
April 28th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Ugh! That was hairy!
Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of our teeth.
I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor said Mahi either. You know, with the way he says, let it go and move on, as if it's nothing.
Let it go and move on, huh? Whoa, boy! Whoa, boy! Am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Got your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want? Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. You'd be a lot better if you just smiled. Isn't that what the Grammaire Creed tells you to do? Johnny Derp is back, baby! How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of Troop Grammaire? Are you rhyming? Nah, I just felt like it. And besides, witches are in!
Yeah, witches are in. People like witches, right? Go away, you creep!
Whoa! What's this? Something just charged into frame. Ah, a thing. It looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet?
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? My god, I hate this Roger guy.
Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me.
What? Ugh. What happened to the camera?
It just disappeared right before our very eyes. I'll be enjoying the rest of Trucy's show from the gallery. I'll put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come out and support her earlier, by the way. But I'll get some great footage out of them. Bet I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby.
Are you colorblind? No, he's just got the contrast really cranked up to really appeal to those YouTube kids.
He called in some of Trucy's fans? But for what purpose?
Apollo? That thing Mr. Ratings just did. That was some high-level sleight of hand.
Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? Oh.
Yeah, wait a minute. But he doesn't have the scar on his arm.
In his Google glasses.
Nah. They're not that high-tech. All they have is TV phones. But I think Roger Ratens was the real Mr. Reese.
I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills.
No way, but I thought he said magicians were a bunch of good-for-nothings.
Mr. Lawyer?
Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something?
Well, there's something that's been bothering me.
Really? What is it?
Well, you see... Hey, dummy! What are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? But Betty... Who the heck do you think you are? You crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you harebrain! But I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny! Come with me, now!
Aw, I don't like that.
I wonder what was bothering her. Blah.
There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that.
Court is about to reconvene. Will you be all right testifying?
Yes, it's just my last name, you know? But also, I wonder what Mr. Ratens has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans.
Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeves, too. Lemure.
Let me remember. Let me literally remember any Grimir. Lemur. There we go. There was also
Zach Gramir. The red one, you know. The father of Trucy. Yeah, magic. And then there's Magnifique Gramir, the old one.
Yes, I literally have forgotten the other guy's name. The one in yellow. In my head, I just keep on thinking, Luigi Gramir? Now you're colorblind. He's pink. No! The pink one is Zach. The yellow one is the other one. Look, I have evidence. I'm talking about I forget his name. I know Zach! That's Zach. Just call him Martin.
Martin Gramir.
You better not be trying to get on Trucy's skin right now, of all times.
You said Zach was red. Pink is a shade of red. When I say the red one, you don't get confused. You're Trucy right, and you'll be fine.
Oh?
There goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine.
Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy Wright, and I'm fine! Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now.
That a girl. Good luck up there in the stand. You'll do great.
Thanks. I'll be fine. I can do this.
All right, Justice, you can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. April 28th, District Court, courtroom number 6.
Court is now back in session.
It comes from my previous backstory, which won't come up in this game.
Defendant, please step up to the witness stand.
Trucy Wright. magician.
Here comes the liar.
The deceitful witch!
Throw her in the jail! Last member of that troupe. Boo! We don't want to see any of you on stage.
Order! The gallery will be quiet! I will have to throw you all out on the spot! Good!
What's with all the heckling? Oh no.
I bet they're the fans Mr. Raiden's invited.
What a grade A jerk! He's not gonna psych us out.
Now then, Mrs. Wright. This court would like to know if you switched from the steel to a rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue.
Oh my gosh. He brought Reddit to the courtroom.
Silence, all of you! I won't tell you again! Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify?
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this.
I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I'll show you exactly what happened. Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourself.
Huh? In spite of everything, she's still smiling. Yeah.
Donald Depp knows about the court of public opinion.
Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she?
She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following the Troop Grimir creed even now. She really is something else.
It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everyone.
The stupendous sword switch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto! There! I've switched it. And now... Hup! As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
The witch! Burn her!
It just totally goes PTSD.
Bravo, Mrs. Wright!
Woo! She completely turned the room around.
The hecklers are being drowned out by all the actual cheering. And some of the hecklers switched over because they have no brains and they're just simply parrots. If you know what I'm referencing of using the term parrot, then cool.
Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Mrs. Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity. Just so you know. Back up.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show.
So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain.
Exactly! So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for where the steel sword went when I performed this trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you, now would I? Ah, that's our Trissy!
Yeah! Still, our Trissy. Nothing changed. Miss Wright, that part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right?
Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court.
That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there. But I've found it. I have to get to the bottom of it. Trucy's used to tsunderes.
Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. But try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic. There's the trick. You can't spoil the magic, but you must understand the magic.
I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on the... I can press her? Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto! I've switched it. Now... Oh, whoops. I got so enraptured Mom said it's my turn on cross-examination. I got so enraptured by the trick, I forgot to keep track of where I was. Even though she explained how she does it, I still can't see her do it. It blows me away no matter how many times I watch it.
Yeah, me too.
But... What is it, Apollo?
Did you notice anything about the way Trissy moves during the trick?
Gosh dang it, why do you have to ruin it? You mean like her movements?
I just don't get it. What's the real story, Trucy?
Hold it!
Please be careful, Miss Wright.
Don't worry, I've practiced this trick 1,000 times. That's right, Apollo. You have to give Trucy some credit. She knows what she's doing.
I know. It still makes me nervous every time. It's like looking after a little sister doing magic. Athena, why are you giving me that look? You just intensified it, and I don't know why.
But that's what magic is all about. A truly great magician can make her audience experience all kinds of thrills and chills.
I guess you're right.
That's my name.
Better not try to interrupt her too much. I don't want to distract her or break her concentration.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, back to the exciting world of magic. So, first you draw up to 7 cards, and then, on your first turn, you place down a land card. Betty knows all about Trissy's thrills and chills. And her rubber sword. No!
Hold it!
Oops. I did it again.
I've had it up to here, Apollo.
I've interrupted you once!
Can't you listen quietly like a big boy?
Sorry about that. I got a little too worked up. I was looking at Family Guy funny moments, and now I'm stuck like this.
Don't ever do that again.
Okay.
Now, boys and girls, watch carefully and please don't kick the seat in front of you. I will now take the sword and...
I'm getting really teed off here.
Presto!
Hold it!
So you switched the swords when you spun around just now.
That's right. It's the same way I do the trick in the actual magic show.
Oh. That's what I need to do.
But I'm also doing a lot of extra things that I don't do during the show right now, though. The key point is the sword switching. If only she could prove she did it during the actual show, too.
Right. Prove that she switched them during the show.
What's the matter, Apollo? You look troubled.
Oh, it's nothing. Uh-oh. This is quite the pickle. How should I go about handling this?
Miss Wright, please continue with your trick.
So you've all just witnessed me switching the swords.
Yeah, you're really pissing off my girlfriend, dick. Okay, do I present the video? I can't remember if Trucy's in this part, though.
Objection!
The video has leaked on Twitter.com.
Miss Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you.
What is it, Apollo?
There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage.
What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times.
Then what's going on here? Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it.
What? But I did it!
So, it really is the exact moment you switch the swords?
Yes, that's right.
I knew it. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused alive for me.
Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show?
No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean,
I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Objection!
human memory is unreliable at best. But in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witnesses herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of the witness are false.
Oh no, the lawnmowers are out in full force.
But...
Now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap the swords, It means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin, no, was wholly intentional. And by the way, I can talk however I like. Just because it makes you uncomfortable means that you're the weirdo. I don't like that logic. Was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Rios' death was not an accident, but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion.
The defense!
Thank you, Trucy. I'm not Trucy! Shush! I'm Athena. The defense has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now!
But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something. I'm sure of it. Will the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all of this,
Yeah, I got screwed up on the names. I'm Athena, I mean.
after all this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage.
Through her actions, I'm afraid I have to come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions.
Such a shame.
But I did switch the swords, I swear.
You're knee-deep in it now, Justice.
Excuse me. I did do an objection. It was just not vocal enough, but you could feel the bass. That's why it was silent.
Now, let's see. Which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Botty?
It's Bonnie. You are mixing the two names together, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify. Nayuta's
Hooray. Oops, typo.
About what?
The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Rios.
My chance fucked for some reason. Bonnie?
Hey, what's the big idea? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you hair-brained hare? Keep your trap shut! I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Trucy said something to me once.
Are they both gonna be doing this budding animation? That would be real funny.
Huh? She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie! I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her. So I did what she said. When I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength.
Bunny doll, guys. The big idea is animation studio founded in 1998, best known for religious cartoons aimed at
younger demographic, particularly vegetarian. Oh, that's what you're talking about. It's like, what?
I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? That'd be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword switching and judge it for yourself. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. I'm not gonna run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Tracy Wright? You've practically brainwashed her! Ah, it's the power of Trucy's conviction! That's what it is! It's touched Bonnie's heart.
Yeah, Trucy is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you?
Betty calls her gay, and then Bonnie pulls out the photos of Betty and Trucy's trip to Maldives.
The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess?
Yes, ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage.
Yeah, what do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder, what if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage?
Objection!
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday. No one can edit video.
Objection!
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage.
But what can we check it against? Do we have some other footage of the show?
Well,
I have some show footage.
you do?
One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine, so he kept his camera on me through the entire show. And then afterwards, he gave me the footage that he shot as a present.
He did? Does he not know you're gay?
No one knows I'm gay. To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was gonna get rid of it. Good on you, girl!
Hold it!
But please submit that footage to the court.
Huh?
Doll, why are you... Nayuta's broken.
Oh my gosh, this part. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
What's going on?
Everyone knows you're gay, sweetie.
There is something I still want to say. I rarely see these kind of jokes because they're so hard to pull off, but it's the kind of joke of just like, man, I want to be in a lesbian relationship. I want to go out with that girl. I know she's a lesbian, and I'm a guy, but I don't know. It just feels right for some reason. I can't... it doesn't make sense. Why do I feel pain when I see Bubblegum and Marceline hook up? I mean, they're two girls.
Those jokes. I love it. I just barely get to see those kind of jokes.
Now then, let's take a look at this new footage. Recorded by an egg.
Oh. Oh, this is... Oh.
Oh! Yeah, stay on the face. The face is good. The face is good. Huh? Where'd that go? She ran straight into him.
Wow. Okay, then.
It's gotten harder to make that joke after a certain high-profile creep. My ignorance does not save me from this, because unlike other times of where I could go, oh, I don't know who you're talking about, or, oh, there's only one person I can think you're thinking, there is two people coming to mind, and I hate it. But, like, send me on Discord who the high-profile person is, so I can confirm.
He really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work. I thought there might be others. I'm okay. You get the idea.
Isn't it always a shame trying to have fun, wholesome, silly jokes, and then fucking creeps everywhere?
You're one to talk, Nayuta.
Well, Defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay, so how are we going to go about this?
Let's try comparing the two. We might just find an inconsistency between them.
An inconsistency, huh?
Yes, the two pieces of footage are the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So, if we can pick out what's different between the two...
We'll know what Bonnie found strange.
Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword-switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. I'm not a creep, I just beat my wife. Religiously. Like, religiously. It's a religious thing that I do religiously for religious reasons. Religiously.
Very well, I will religiously allow it.
What a waste of time. I could be beating my wife right now.
Apollo, I don't like that this is becoming the bit for them.
Oh, would you rather the creepy talking about Athena and her sword?
Nah, this bit's better. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage?
No, I've never done it before.
I'll give you a little lesson then. Yee! Use the video player buttons to go through the footage. When you want to speed through, use the fast forward button. And if you want to go back, use the rewind button. And if you want to halt, just push the pause. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame by frame playback.
Oh. So how do I switch between the two videos?
Switch camera button. Boop. If you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present.
Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff.
I do video editing on the side. I did montages of rocket ships flying and robots kissing.
What?
What? Not really. I just gave it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it.
What?
Yeah, sure she guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try.
Oop, I saw it.
Okay, but I feel like I need to switch footage.
Oh.
Take that!
Oh, I should have saved.
Robots kissing is very egg.
This is it, right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front.
Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front.
Hey, you're right!
If you object to it, I'll cancel you for your religious intolerance. Trucy playing her top card.
It's very effective on Bonnie. It's a face-to-face card.
Strong bet has shown up. Oh no.
Miss Wright, can you tell us about these playing cards?
Oh! Those! They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick.
What? Mr. Justice, what does this mean?
Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited? Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd. Who would ever do that?
Yes, I saw the president's face say something, so obviously it must be real.
Oh no, he's been watching AI videos.
Excuse me? I thought AI was the creator.
Well, it kinda is.
Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff! The TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go and see what you can find.
This makes me interested in just like a thing about a bailiff just following the weird, ridiculous things of just like go to a TV show station and just be like,
On order of the High Judge, I am here taking your DVDs. Yes, Your Honor. Hey, who is this guy?
It's you! Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Believe me.
those are the cards I throw at women I like. Stab.
Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers.
And who might you be?
Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. Here is my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor.
Oh, well, how very polite of you.
It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Sanmai. Please take my card.
A business card? Ah, yes. I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I have even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or what's crack-a-lackin' homie, for example. Jeez, crackers! No, you can't just say that! You can't say what's good to someone! How do you do, my good sir? You can't say good sir to someone.
You're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before.
Yeah, he's somehow very Japanese, Californian, and Eastern European. I spent 13 days studying no sleep. Yes, Roger Ratings. Otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. Oh, his name is just backwards for that title. Great. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. What do you mean you can't use it? You can't call someone you don't know sir until they give you their pronouns. You can't do that. The homie line was fine. You should have started with that one. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, hang loose,
baby. Bye. Bye. Hang loose. Bye bye.
Oh my, you do not know words! So you are the ratings Raja!
Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here.
I never thought I'd actually meet you in person.
Really? You think I would never get convicted of a crime?
I'm glad that's the first thing you thought of. But Prosecutor Zanmati, how do you know so much about him?
In preparation for this case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine.
What? You went to Burger Barn?
Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Because that line, whew!
White Castle. I've never eaten White Castle. Never been there.
Nayuta's a stoner. Compared to my aesthetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern Burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way.
I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers.
Ahem! Prosecutor Zanmati's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside, Mr. Ratings, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned?
Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled.
Jalapeno hack keys.
Did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Ugh! Everything's like it's supposed to be.
It seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick.
Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. MVC projectile. Monster versus car? Man versus cat? In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Rios.
Hold on, excuse me. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there.
What do you mean?
Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. So yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Rios when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse.
You're thinking of Kid versus Cat. Marvel versus Capcom. Oh! Okay. So, you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script. If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed?
It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I say Trucy murdered Mr. Rios when she was hidden from view behind the set piece.
Then why would she smear blood on the coffin to make it look like she did the stab trick? Oh, 'cause prank, maybe? They used his real blood? No, he's a horrible liar.
She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon and nobody would have been the wiser. Wiser, wiser, wiser.
I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertions.
You bet! Plus, there's a suspicious looking shadow in the footage, too. It's towards the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to see it for yourselves.
Oh! His body flew up!
It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim.
You are falling under the fallacy of taking a screenshot from a video and completely discontextualizing the motion of the object in question. Now that you mentioned it, I suppose it does look that way, though.
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down your throats, Your Honor.
How'd you know I had more than one throat?
Your beard is hungry.
Ah, shit.
And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage?
Hold on! Yo, bros, you see? There's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV. I've always wanted to give it a shot.
That would be fine with me, Prosecutor said Mahi.
This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. I'm not a boy. Oh, pretty lady. Not a lady either. Oh, shit. I know it's like objectifying a thing to call you pretty thing. Oh, I kind of like that. Oh, you like that? Yeah.
These two would be the worst couple for everyone around them.
You're saying Trucy didn't actually kill him?
Oh, you two Collins are too small.
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Okay, then, get here.
You're gonna like what I've got to say, promise. Do you like money, little thing? With my religion, we don't have any, so yes, I love it a lot. I'm a monk. Very well, however, if you do anything to impede the last rites of the victim, I will have you removed.
All right, with Prosecutor Saad Mahi's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Ratins.
Roger Ratins, the Ratins Roger! Now Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, royal viewers! Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like I was doing anything malicious or something. I mean, look at me! It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It was unintentional. Or what, you got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage?
I see. So you're saying it was a coinky-dink that the sword-swapping scene was cut?
That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient, if you ask me. In the Wizard of Oz books makes a big deal of books like... what?
The Wizard of Oz book make a big deal in a bunch of books of, like, money. What's that? We don't have money. We just share. And then every other book just casually has money.
I don't know, you are. Look at me. I'm baby.
I'm like totally a baby. Goo gaga. Oh, an objection. Oh, cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do it again, do it again, do it again. I want to get another shot. Do it again from a different angle.
My objection is not for your entertainment. Did you get that?
Yeah, thanks for the extra pause after objection. And cut. There, I got some good stuff there.
Mr. Ratings, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse.
Whoops, my bad, Judge.
We're gonna see the scar over here. It's just low enough. It's him.
And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination.
It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage is meant to be edited. Just like girls who dress slutty are, you know, free range. Otherwise, why would they even dress like that?
That is an evil, despicable view. What if they just want to be comfortable with themselves and not for your fucking gaze?
Nah. The world revolves around me. See how much money I have.
Okay, I do just kind of want to immediately call out.
Objection!
Ow. We gotta talk to him. Can't just immediately slap him in the face with a contract.
Hold it!
Really? I've never heard anybody say that. It's common knowledge in the TV world. You got any idea what a snooze cruise it'd be to watch a magic show without editing?
Then how can they believe it's magic?
A magic show like that one, anyway. That was ice cold. Anyway, editing is what makes TV worth watching.
Hold it!
Are you saying you thought there were boring scenes in Miss Wright's magic show?
You gotta ask? That script and presentation deserve a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess as is would have been a complete disaster. That's why I had to edit the footage. It's just what a TV man does.
What didn't you like about the show, exactly?
The whole thing, it was just a major snooze fest. Maybe common folk like you don't get it. But a show is only as good as how loud, flashy, and trashy it is.
It was plenty loud and flashy on its own. All you did was add the trash.
I suppose each industry has its own way of doing things. Just as we in the legal profession focus exclusively on evidence and testimony. Exactly! Whether it's showbiz or the legal biz, we do what we gotta do to get the job done. The ends justifies the means, if you don't say, Ugh! My god, why? What was that reaction just there, Redface?
I'm sorry, I have PTSD from that. And so does Athena, she is completely quiet. Well, she's not saying anything important. Kind of quiet.
Anyway, editing footage is just a matter of course in the TV industry.
Hold it!
It wasn't done maliciously.
Huh?
but I get the distinct impression that you bear feelings of ill will towards Troop Grammaire. Huh? What makes you think that? The things you said yourself that you have said. Man, you fucked up there.
You'll see, I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. Don't you know this flashback is showing what's on the inside? I'll prove those Grammaire magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes. 'Cause I'm a lowlife, and I'm loving it.
Yeah. And I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time.
Oh, does Apollo just immediately know?
Objection!
Words such as those can be interpreted in many different ways. For example, though I bear the defense no ill will, I would not hesitate to say that he is a good-for-nothing lout of a lawyer.
You bear no ill will. Could have fooled me.
Rius was his ex. No, I won't let you change the story. I think this is the Raiden's Raja. Really helps when your identity is like half a mask. He stopped being his sugar baby and Raiden's never got over it. Okay, that's a bit funny.
And yet, it is the truth. I am only strict on you as it seems you have strayed from the path.
If you have any objections, Mr. Justice, please make your case with evidence in the future. Mr. Ratons, please continue your testimony.
Is that like a big hint of saying
I'm just like, you're supposed to use evidence on this.
Objection!
nah. Troop Grammaire has been like the only through line plot of this trilogy. Barely in Dual Destinies. Yep. Because Trucy only shows up for like the last case. That is...
Hold it!
Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? By the way, I said Joe's holy clap that Nayuta does. That seems like too much of a coincidence to me.
Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, Big Shot?
Big shot!
It's hard, but being the boss, kid, you gotta make the tough choices, like which content gets cut.
Then let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case?
You don't understand, chump. It's all about artistic vision. I tell ya, people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it.
You know, I hate this guy, but this is true. Just gonna print screen that and drop that in my own personal place.
I may not know TV, but I know evidence law. And boy, do I have some for you, champ.
I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. It's my job, and Apollo's right. Jinxie. Why are you pulling up Jinxie?
Take that!
This piece of evidence proves that you bear ill will towards the defendant. Like, why is the health bar still up then, champ? Huh, that thing? What could that possibly prove? Take a good look right here. Wouldn't you agree that it puts you in a bad light? By looking bad and having evil intentions are two entirely different things. Look at me, for example. I'm not evil, but I am a bit of a bad boy.
Oh, I hate that. No, if I could be a bad boy myself.
No, Josh!
But bad lawyers get penalties. Me.
You said Trucy only shows up for the end of DD. Jinxie. Oh. Oh, yeah! But also, Barely in DD was more about Lemure.
I paid Betty to call me that.
Take that!
The poster. Just reveal it now. I know who you are.
Take that!
Come on!
Take that!
Huh? What's that you got there? This is the Hey! I threw the contract at him! Why is it the clipboard?
Do you think they do like the butt lift levitation and Raytons gets awestruck like a child?
Like, oh my gosh. Do the levitation again. Ben Franklin says you want to.
What?
This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party, Take-Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright, reads, if through the fault of the second party, the show must be canceled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party.
Holy what? $3 million? $3 million?
Make the same joke.
That's a completely unreasonable sum.
I couldn't agree more. And of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Raytons had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it.
Conned her? How did he do that?
There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Mrs. Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come on now. It's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way.
$100.
Yeah, that's what makes up this fan. Several $100 bills. For starters, you don't even have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her.
Yeah, but $3 million? That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Raytons.
Oh. Oh. Ben Franklin is $100.
Ew. I don't know the presidents on the bills except Washington and Lincoln. That is it.
this one.
Objection!
You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick.
2 aren't even presidents. I didn't know that.
But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey, kid, would it kill you to enunciate it in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster. Look at the viewers. I'd like you to take a look at Mrs. Wright's signature here on this note.
Now let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract.
It's in the exact same position.
Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same.
That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. I really shouldn't have this sign. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Mrs. Wright. And you're definitely proof your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it, didn't you? This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try and dodge the issue, Mr. Radens. The fact is that you bear ill will against my client. So the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intent. Isn't that right? What a forced argument, defense. All you have really proven is that his ill will towards Miss Wright, but not his pecuniary greed. Pecuniary greed? That's right, I just wanted money, baby! Fat stacks of cheddar! That's all. After all, I'd never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. So I have absolutely no reason to bear ill will against her, right?
Yes! I'm calling it!
It's a fake mustache. He didn't bear any ill will, huh? Fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. And I'll prove those Grammaire magicians are all a bunch of lowlives.
I was just thinking how nice it's been without Nayuta for a while, and immediately, you know, that poster is like from the 90s or something. Shh. It's him! I'm calling it now. It's either him or he is the kid of it. But the fact that it's like, comparatively, this face looks pretty young to full-on mustache and chiseled man. And it hasn't actually been super duper long because Trucy was there during all of it. She was like between 8 and 12. So this guy, being mysterious from the past, makes sense. I'm not crazy. The kid of it being the Grammaire polycule.
I can't prove it. Can't prove it without anything. With anything. But the things he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave them this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Radens and Trucy Wright have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them.
Hidden?
Connection?
What is it now? I've already figured out the riddle to this puzzle, but you tell me first. What do you think it is? What?
Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice?
I just realized you suggested the 35-year-old is the 30-year-old's kid. Shush. Shush. My thoughts aren't in order because I'm dealing with Nayuta here.
It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of the defense's baseless claims.
Objection!
Oh! Language! I thought you were a monk! You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me. But once you hear my argument, you'll wish you had taken a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then. Do proceed.
Did you figure something out, Apollo?
No. Not a thing.
What?
That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Your Honor?
Shush! If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is the hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Eames?
I saw it for a split second. They're dating.
He's Trucy's biggest fan. Nope. He's a magician. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Reitens did during the recess earlier. A whole lot more seriously. Yeah, I'm sure, Dropout.
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff?
Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I didn't even have a camera on me. What if Mr. Reitens is a magician, too?
What if... I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks. Not me. Penalty. Health check. Boom.
Well, if he is, he may have some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way.
Objection!
Trucy did have $1 million that he gave her. Judge pretty competent today. Yeah. Your argument is hardly worth responding to. Only took him 60 years. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of the Kurainism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit, he's not gonna get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Reitens perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. Well, I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must be seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? His phone, it just disappeared. What? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will towards the accused. Ooh, we get in. An inmate once said, I say ooh sarcastically. I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Poni Poni. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. Ha ha ha! Numbskull for a numbskull. Ugh. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there.
I think I get what they're driving.
We all do.
Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it?
Hold on. I could think of one person, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Grammaire.
Oh?
No way! There is something wrong, Mr. Justice.
Your Honor! The defense wishes to submit evidence at this time.
I see. And what sort of evidence do you have for us?
Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime.
What?
And what have you come up with this time, defense?
Trucy Wright is the sole heir to the Troupe Grammaire and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that one person having a grudge against Miss Wright.
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice?
13 years ago, the great Mysterious belonged to Troupe Grammaire. But then, the troupe ousted him, and Mysterious vowed to get his revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? It'd be really funny if you were like, wait, this guy killed Magistrate Grammaire. Like, they have a culprit from like 3 games ago. Trucy leaked the footage on Twitter.com and got him canceled.
But Mysterious is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect.
But is he really dead?
What do you mean, is he really dead? Are you dense?
If the fact that Mr. Rios is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Rios?
What? You mean the victim was an imposter?
Not Mysterious. Then what about the real Mysterious? Real Mysterious.
It would mean the real Mr. Rios is still alive. Like those famous court quotes. That circle around them. Bum, bum, bum. That's absurd. Yeah, like, I'm in, like, green short shorts. They're just shorts. Short shorts would be ones that can still fit under Trucy's skirt here. Hey! Am I wrong? No. But how'd you know I was wearing short shorts? What? Mr. Rios, Mr. Rios, Mr. Rios. Mr. Rios, Mr. Rios. Oh, Mr. Rios.
Mr. Justice! Who is the real Mr. Rios if not the victim of this real Mr. Rios case?
It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Troupe Grammaire and wanted to sully its name, was Magistrate Grammaire. The magician lurking in the shadow who set up a fake Mr. Rios in his stead. I wear these shorts because Pearl likes them. Or was that Jinxie? I know, Vera was the one want the skirt to stay. What? Okay, but real Mr. Rios is... It's Betty! Hell of a twist.
But that's a...
Yes. Yes, it is. Roger Radens is the real Mr. Rios.
What?
What? Him?
Objection.
Oh, hallowed red pepper, your impotent seeds sprout naught but meaningless empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera. But not even a diehard fan of the genre would stick around past the pilot.
You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that... Oh, he doesn't have the scar here. Proving that the Mr. Rias in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, I just need you to look at this spot on the poster.
Calm down, girl. It's a courtroom. No, this is the most epic courtroom in the world. I didn't realize Thiener was showing so much leg. You didn't notice that before? You were just always looking over at Nayuta.
Take that!
This is the injury Mr. Rias sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury.
Oh my! You're absolutely right.
Optional ending where you get baddie falsely arrested for Roger. And no! No!
Now, Mr. Ratens, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Ratens, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there, because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you were hoping to see?
Oh! There it is! The scar!
Just as I... Hey, wait a minute. Okay. Checks out. That's right. I'm the forgotten magician abandoned to the dark understage of history. The Great Mysterious.
This
It's totally...
Absurd! I'm Lost Media, baby. Oh, how ironic, wouldn't you say? That this Odysseus mark, carved into me by Troop Grammaire, would bring me back to the limelight once more. Strange are the comic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Rias, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration of the great Mr. Rias. I'm confident. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take my mantle.
And when did this man take over for you?
About 2 years ago. I taught him my tricks, and I even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a magician overnight. Courtesy of my magic. On the stage we call television. I hope you enjoyed the show.
You really had us all fooled.
This ain't Penn and Teller! Mr. Ratens, or should I say Mr. Rias! In your hatred of Troop Grammaire, you killed the victim, Mr. T. Mr. Misty. What is his name? Man of Mystery. Mr. Mystery. And then you set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did all that to tarnish the Grammaire name. I'm the Beatles' original drummer.
I know I said I know I said I don't hate Nayuta that much. But boy, just looking at it, it's making my blood boil.
Mr. T. Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was a simply harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet, she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of those Gregors.
Objections!
But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead?
Hey!
Ah! His head!
Just kidding.
What the heck was that?
Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks.
Enough with the ambiguity. Why didn't you make your point already?
My alibi is as pristine as ever. Would you agree, Prosecutor Said Mahi?
Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi.
What?
Recall defense that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Ratens was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. Click disambiguity. What?
Yeah.
That's right, I forgot all about that.
Is that a pizza game joke?
Oh. So what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter?
Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi.
Okay, I have a feeling of how this is all supposed to end. We're supposed to realize that he died when he got drug all the way up through the cable and hit the mat, which there was a knife embedded into. Probably the rubber sword, the steel sword, if I had to guess. But it's going to be like, oh, he was at the TV because it's fully automated from that end. And so I'm just going to maybe take a tiny little look-see up of how long this is going to take, because it's almost 5. Yeah, there's a lot more. So, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to cut this one short. Man, what is with these and just being like really, really long trial segments? Is this where Ace Attorney gets its bad rap from? Of like,
Oh, the trial segments are so long.
I did save. Yes. So, sorry to cut this short, but we will pick it up next time, and we'll probably just, like, do the beginning of Case 3. So, sorry, but I need dinner. Girls gotta eat. But thank you all for coming. We'll do this, we'll continue this next week, Monday, noon PST. So, bye-bye.